Hello? Can you hear me? Welcome in. Quickly untangling things. Okay. Here we go. Hi everybody. Hi. Welcome in. Welcome. We have glove equipped and we're good to go. Hi Bollicher, how you going? Welcome. We're back to this piece. I've determined that I need to work on this on Wednesdays to try and get it done, because otherwise it will never get off the ground. So we're back. If I go to this layer here, perfect. How are we doing today? You're good? You like the water glow going on? Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's coming along. I'm going through something similar to like an artist identity crisis with how I do some of my textures. So I'm gonna try and keyword try figure out how I want to do it as I work on it today. What are you up to? How's your day been, Bollicher? Need to make some art in the program for social media, I guess. Fair. Just having a coffee before you start. Fair enough. I haven't had a chance to play around with it yet, but I'll let you know if I'm struggling with setup. I'm not very good with technology, so I might need a little bit of help. I'll let you know. Theory, that rock there needs to be darker, right? Yeah. No, lighter. That rock over there needs to be lighter. Like this kind of light. Shouldn't even need to be installed. Should just work on double click. This is the first time you've sent a project out, so there might be some issues. Yeah, for sure. I'll let you know if any hiccups happen. This a little bit darker, a little bit less saturated. It's a little bit high, so I'll dull it down a smidge. My main goal for today is to get basic color down, I think. If I can get basic color down on everything, I think I'm in good nick. Congratulations for first fire. Well done. Stewie with second. Good job. You're late and you got first? Yeah, stolen. How you going, Fire? How's your day been? Hi, Stewie. Booyah. Your reign continues unopposed. Can't give Billy or anyone else crap. I mean, can't you? Now you can, because you've got first place. Now, if anything, that gives you the power. You like to snipe. Get snipped. Didn't know first was a thing. Oh no, Bolachat. Well, third is technically still available. Taken. There you go. Usually do a Stephen Bradbury and fall into a placing. Oops, did I steal that? How you going, Stewie? How's your day been? I am officially almost up to date with Critical Role. Almost. Episode 4 is our most recent released episode. And I'm 80% the way through the episode. Oh my god. Some of the best D&D I think I've ever listened to. Absolutely incredible. Really. I won't talk about it. No spoilers, obviously, but so freaking good. What a gush. I would have gushed so much. There are a couple of people that I'm going to message later tonight after I finish stream. We'll be like, oh my god. Good. Nearly clock off time. Ah, yes. Nice. Am I halfway through the week already? Hell yeah. This one here is going to be above their foreground rock. Yeah, okay. Boom. We'll call this right side rock with tree. Ah, this is scuffed. It's awful. It's awful, but hey, it does the job. It does the job. I can't complain. It technically does the job of nominating a location. And you'll always crave first. It's true. It's true. It's kind of like a curse. It's kind of like a curse. So the goal is to have it look darker and darker as it comes towards the foreground. I think I need to go darker still with this section over here, even though it's relatively dark as it is. It's just not reading as dark as I need it to be. So I'm gonna push the darks even further. Played some Destiny Rising the other day with a Razer controller attachment to your mobile. It's actually pretty fun when you don't have to touch the screen. Well, that's the thing that I've never quite wrapped my head around, is mobile controls for anything. There was a game series back in the day called Infinity Blade. And it was like it was your front runner for best mobile gaming graphics and performance. It had high detail graphics and cutscenes and story, and very much so trying to emulate like home console style games on mobile. Really impressive, like technically really impressive. I didn't like it because of what you've described. The concept of mobile phone game just is clunky in the hand. It feels really, really, really clunky in the hand. But if you found a way of circumnavigating that with some sort of accessory, that sounds kind of appealing. Not gonna lie. Not going to lie. Your kids play using touchscreen, but you always be a controller guy. Well, I feel as though controllers give you more of a... I suppose it is... Back in the day, you used to have people who were either joystick or steering wheel purists, where, well, I can't play the game because with a controller, it just doesn't give me enough tactile interaction, you know? Like with a joystick, I feel like I'm in the driver's seat. I'm in the cockpit. I can like play the game. I'm immersed in the game. And then you've got the newer generation where it's, controller's fine. Controller gets the work done, and it feels good in the hand. Like it's really fun. I feel as though there's a new generation now, which, as you've described, will happily play with touch controls and find it quite intuitive. And a controller's like, yeah, I mean, it feels more comfortable, I guess, but I don't need it. In the same way that for us, playing with a joystick or a steering wheel might technically feel more immersive. It might technically be a better gaming situation, gaming immersion, that sort of thing. We don't need it. We just, controller does the job. Interesting to see. I'd be curious to have potentially like a generation's time, you've got kids who are playing with like, I don't know, holograms, and it's just like generally waving your hands in the air like, oh, I'm interacting with the video game. It's like, yeah, but you're not doing anything. You're not like touching a button or anything. It just doesn't feel very tactile, does it? It's like, this is great. I love this. This is the best. I'm playing video games all over the place. I'd be curious to take that child and walk them through, okay, try touchscreen. Okay, what do you think of touchscreen? Okay, you don't like it? Okay, try a controller. What do you think of a controller? Oh, okay. Try steering wheel. What do you think of... I'd be curious to see them kind of go back through the timeline and see what they jive with the most. You do have a Logitech steering wheel and pedal setup as well. Also have a Logitech farming setup. Well, there you go. You know exactly what I'm talking about then. Kids can't use a controller. Oh no! That's tough. That's tough. Right side plus. Go a little bit darker. There we are. How will they fly the drones in World War III? Yeah, exactly. Well, no, that's when they do the brain link with the drones. It's just a bunch of pilots sat back in a seat with their eyes rolled back into the back of their head, just going, nah. Oh, wait, no, they're making brum brum noises as they're flying the drones around, obviously. You can fly drones with your mind. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How you going, Van? How's your day been? Dangerous if you lose concentration. Hey, my Mac has just arrived. Ah, here I go. Just taking a small 2-minute study break. Ooh, what you studying? If you don't mind sharing. Really? Okay, that's the same layer as... okay. Well then let's get rid of this one. Delete layer. Pink. Hi Astrid. Hi. How you going? Something that I need to remind myself is that because the character is in the foreground, their sense of lighting is weird. So they're steeped in the shadow bit. So all of this should be looking brighter. Do I have to go through and brighten that again? I suppose I do. That's one layer, right? So in theory, I could... Could go through, just grab all of this. Not a problem. Should be able to just grab all of this. And bump the brightness. Like that. Just woke up from the worst nightmare ever? No. The accuracy, I'm driving drunk a little bit. If I bump that up to there. Your heart's pounding. Good Lord. Well, welcome to the land of the conscious. You are no longer under threat. Frick. That strengthened to there. Okay, I prefer over that. I do prefer over that. But maybe not that bright. That was at 60, I think. So if I bump this up to 40, that's looking better. You think it was stress induced? Yeah, a lot of nightmares tend to be. I tend to be in nightmare season whenever I've got like commissions due and stuff. That's looking better. How you going, Kessa? That's looking better. That is looking better. Because if I can control Z, yeah, night and day. Literally night and day. That's so much better. Because as I was saying before, because the character is in the foreground experiencing all of this, even though that background might not be that bright, because you're in shadow, comparatively, all of this is super bright. So you're going to see a lot of the nuance and detail in the dark, where if you were standing over there, all of this would be kind of just dark. It's all perspective stuff. The colors are just so vivid. It reminds you of Book of Eli, where the majority of the movie is monotone and sepia washed. And then the end just jars your retinas because of the color, because the colors are bright and oversaturated. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm going for. I'm going for selective saturation. But I need to get my tones right first, and I feel like I haven't. Which sucks, but I'm fixing it. Getting there. Schoolwork has been stressful. I can imagine so. Well, you've come to the right place to not think about schoolwork. Unless I remind you of schoolwork, in which case I'm so sorry. I have failed at that point. Frick. So, thing one is that I needed to bump the brightness in the background because of how dark the foreground is, and that's where the character is. That's where the perspective is. So that's thing one. Thing two is because our main character is in the foreground, in the dark bit, they should be able to spot a lot of the detail that you shouldn't normally be able to spot in dark bit. You're so sleepy? Well, feel free to nap. Feel free to nap in the corner. I'm sorry to hear that you're sleepy, bud. How do I do this? Why do I have to make it so broken complicated? Why does everything have to be so complicated? Oh. Dr. Zeus, and thing one and thing two. Been on and off napping last hour while Elena played Minecraft. Yep. Incredibly drunk. Got an AU sister? No, you're all good. All good. Ooh, 18's not bad. 18 is not bad, Squiddy. 10 is also... Billy, after I rolled a 4 today, I would do a murder for your 10. I would do murders. But yeah, as I was saying, because the perspective is in the dark here, usually you lose quite a bit of detail and vibrancy in the dark. But because this is where the character is, because like night vision is a thing, I should be able to pick up more vibrancy and detail here than I've maybe accounted for. So I'm going to try upping the burgundy and see how I feel about it. I think I prefer it. I think I do like it. And then the way that I'm going to compensate is I'm going to wash out the background a little bit, like that area back there. Currently making food, so you'll be popping in and out of stream. Yeah, no stress. I made some curry before. I'm getting hungry just thinking about the curry that I have in the fridge now. Not sure you'll be around much. Might mostly lurk. Yeah, no stress. All good. Rest up, bud. Thanks for stopping in. Be working on your characters for the tavern. Well, tonight probably. Yeah. Go ahead. So yes, we want more vibrancy in the shadows. So it's going to look a little bit messy. It's going to look a little bit messy for a little while. But hey, when you're learning, a lot of things do look messy. I'm not going to apologize for it, because if anything, these are lessons I want to learn. So sorry, not sorry. This is going to look a bit demented for a while. Go heat up my food and eat during stream. No. I ate before stream. It's my greed. It's my greed that's wanting more food. Cause yummy. What are we doing with the 19 fire? What would you like to do with the 19? Grabbing this little candle bug. Copy. Jump up to here. Paste. That should now sit on top. Call it candle bug. I can use that to find something musical that Brad the Goblin will happily take in exchange for taking care of your potatoes. Yeah, for sure. With the 19, you happen across a set of bottles that just so happenstance happen to be in a cluster together in the pile of lost things. Those bottles have different levels of ale within them, and when you sort of tink the end of your finger against one of them, you get one tone, and then you tink the end of your finger against another, you get another tone entirely. And it just so happens to be that each of these bottles that you find are at a different level, therefore produce a different sound. So you bundle up this set of ale bottles, you bind them, and you hand them over to Brad. And you go, "Hey, Brad, check this out." And you play a little tune using these bottles, and he loves them. He's this is great. That's awesome. Yeah, can I play on that for a bit? Is that cool? And yeah, no, he's more than happy to look after the potatoes for a bit and borrow your musical bottles. Very impressive. Very, very, very impressive. Okay, that's already looking better. Then this here should be a little bit darker. Now you don't have to worry about your potatoes when you make D20 rolls. Yeah. Yep. At night, if you close your eyes and you listen very carefully, you can actually hear Brad down the street playing with his dark bottles. Thanks, Grandpa. Thanks for the words of wisdom. I guess. Frick you, Brad. Care for your future vodka babies very much. They need their gnome mother to attend to them. You've started a menace and you have no regrets. No, absolutely. The classic, like, a neighbor has picked up playing bagpipes, and on the one hand, you're going, it's going to be a little bit noisy now, isn't it? But on the other, There's something incredibly earnest about the fact that they've picked up a new hobby, you know? Go in peace, my child. Make those awful noises. Hi, Ghoulie. Hey, going. Have added to Brad the Goblin Law? Absolutely. Yep. Just that little bit more depth. I'll be sure to start adding a draft in the tavern. How goes it? Yeah, good. Just trying to figure out how I want to go about this. Because I've got an image in my head and it's not quite lining up. I think it's my values, unfortunately. If I do this... and then brighten the top. Does that maybe push those further back? Probably. Because that was based on when the background wasn't as bright. So what if I do that? Maybe. If I desaturate, that could do it. Keep all of the saturation in the foreground. Desaturate the background a little bit more, so it has that. Yeah, that could work. What law is this? Do I speak of? Fire has procured some ale bottles that have alcohol at different levels in each one, and when struck, the bottles play a different tone. So it's a very put together musical instrument that she's then used to lure Brad the pit goblin into service is not quite right, into favor. To look after her crops of potatoes. That feels better, but then this one feels too desaturated given we're comparing to. So if I go through and add, oh, okay. If I up the tolerance, that will do. That will do just fine. It's a bit bright. It's a little bit bright. A little bit too bright. That's better. I can always have it desaturate on towards the bottom. That's going to be so red though. Does it have to be so red? Given that it's comparing to that? It's quite a bit of a difference. What if I go darker and less saturated, just like a little bit? Does that feel better? Feels a bit better. Maybe I can darken even further up the top. Musical bottles as a lure. Oh no, Brad. Yeah, well, I mean, Brad of his own volition agreed. Oops. Brad of his own volition agreed, so it's not like he was particularly tricked. More motivated. Had some food now, so you're full. Ah, excellent. Glad to hear it. I am glad to hear it. I can see what's wrong. And I think it's fixable. I think this path has to dip and then go up because how to explain it? Because of the perspective, how high this is compared to, so if you can see this bit here, this rock here, it's sitting quite low because it's further back, as it should, because we're sitting quite low. This rock is so high in comparison to these other elements, meaning that it is substantially taller than this stump. So it's kind of almost sitting on par height-wise with the waterfalls behind, with how high it's sitting up. So what that means is that this needs to sit lower for more to kind of accommodate for how far away and how tall it is. And I think the tavern has to sit lower as well, given how tall it is. Told you that Brad would care for your potatoes in exchange for something musical, which you had. You feel something musical can be impressionable on anyone, for sure. No, for sure. One of the many great influences is music, if I dare say. Can I shift this down to like there? And then carve that. Yeah, that's immediately feeling better. You totally forgot. All good. Started writing little things about the world that your art piece can... Started writing little things about the world that your art piece you're doing for art lives in. Right, okay. Like you're having different little creatures that have different... that you have written about in a little sketchbook you have in your school bag. Right, okay, so you're fleshing out the concept of the world a little bit to influence how things look and stuff. Yeah, cool. That sounds fun. 5-minute scribble, hell yeah. Give me a second. Give me 1 second, Gully, I'll be right with you. Just clean up a little bit of the adjustments, and then I'll be good to jam. For 5 minutes. For 5 whole minutes. Right, that would be the glow layer, of course. Yeah, okay. That's feeling better. And then when I lower that, yeah, I need to lower that. I also need to make it, those rocks smaller as well to give it more of a distance. That's doable. That's very doable. You'll send through some of the pages you've yeah, hell yeah. I might not be able to read them all on stream just because I struggle with reading on stream. But feel free to send them through. I'll definitely read them in my own time. Okay. New. Canvas. Timer juice. At the ready. Ghoulie. A happy trombone. I'm looking up a reference. I'm not comfortable enough with trombone shape. Trombone. Okay. Okay. Chuck the reference into reference folder. Here we go. A lovely trombone, just to give me an understanding of what the layout is. Okay, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. I've got an idea in mind. Handwriting is horrible. It's probably hard to read on stream and in my own time. But the sketches are pretty visible. Okay, cool. Bell and slide, basically. Yep. I know that's how it works, but even like where they connect and how many bars and stuff there are, it's good to have a visual reminder. Okay, all right. Happy trombone. Here we go. 5 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I can do this. There we go. Oh god. Oh god, it's a mutant. It's a mutant trombone. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. You got this. That's probably fine. Then if we've got a couple of bits down the bottom there. Then how the frick? It's a left-handed trombone. I guess. Hop. Easy done, easy done, easy done. Okay, all right. And then we've got the little silvery mouthpiece down the bottom. Okay, we've got structure. You love to see structure. That's the bit that does the sliding. These are very technical terms, by the way. Are we taking notes? We've got the slidey bit. We've got the trom. That's actually why it's called a trombone. Because it actually describes the two pieces. You've got the trom and you've got the bone. We've got the bone down here and the trom up the top. So let's quickly give it a bit of form. We want to make that a lot darker. It's absolutely not true. Absolutely not true. I've got some knowledge about trumpets because I learned how to play the trumpet when I was, 11 for school. Trombones, though, absolutely no clue. It's a brass instrument. I know that much. No, it's a brass instrument. Oh, no, it's creepy. It's so creepy. It's so creepy. Bad. It's bad. No. No, it's getting worse. Frick. Got no time. I've got no time. I've got no time. I've got no time. I've got no time. Frick. That's what we've that's what we've got for happy trombone. No. No, it is what it is. 5 minutes. That's what we've got. That's what we've got. You should probably know this as you're doing VCE music. Squid, if I see on your music exam, you've got the trombone. It's got two parts, the trom and the bone. I'm going to be pissed. It's not true. It's a lie. I have hit you with misinformation. And just like that. And just like that. It's in the art share. There you go. Ba-boom. Ba-boom. It's Wednesday, my dudes. It is, Miz. It is. How you going? How you going? You love this? I wish I had more time to spend on it because it's beautiful. It's beautiful as it is. That's the beauty of the 5-minute sketch, is that it's incomplete, and that's fine. But I wanted to. I love rendering metal. I would have loved to just sit there rendering metal, but I shouldn't. I should not. I should not spend 5 minutes rendering metal. That would be a waste of time. Sent through in the Discord when I'm ready to check them out. Thanks, Squid. Thank you. Thank you. Off to a great start. I got this like, thank you. The words of encouragement. The slide can actually flip over technically, although it's been years since you've played one. Yeah, okay. It's perfect. It's something. This is Brad was a trombone. Hell yeah. This is the best thing I've ever. It's a line, you know it. It's like if Kermit was a trombone. True. With the Muppet face, 100%. Teacher's going to ask you, where'd you get this from? And you'll say some random art guy on the computer that does, yeah, no, perfect. That's what referencing is for, so that when you do intellectual crimes, they can actually follow it through back to the source so that I can get arrested. Good. No, good. Where does this Bahali live? Crimes against knowledge. It's going to be put away for a very long time. You post a link to the best trombone solo in the history of all history. It lives rent free in you. Yeah, go ahead. Go for your life. Struggling. The suction cups in your thing are taking forever. Yeah. Yeah, I was very confused for a split second. Yeah, no, I did suction cups earlier this year for this little guy. I didn't have to do that many, and I'm incredibly grateful for it because, good Lord, spending even more time on suction cups would have driven me bonkers. So the thought of doing more suction cups than this is tough, incredibly tough. You've done 50 so far? Yeah. Yeah, I had to do what? 10? And 50 is 5 times too many. Oh, is this the boom bum 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 bum? I've never seen a full... I've never seen a full ensemble of just trombones. This is incredibly impressive. That's so good. With how quickly he's playing, it doesn't look real. It looks like the footage is sped up, and it's not. It's clearly not, because the rest of the members of the audience are completely normal. That is so good. I've only ever been familiar with trombones in accompaniment. So the thought of like trombones as the star feature is a very cool thing. A very cool thing to see. It's really cool when you see instrumentalists working with a solo instrument that isn't usually a solo instrument. It's really, really, really cool to see. Like a drum solos always blow me away because they're not melodical, right? It's all rhythm. So drum solos shouldn't work, but they completely do. You'll have like another 40 to 30 somewhere in there. Oh, good luck. Godspeed. I'll be here as a shoulder to cry on if you need it. The soloist is insane. 100%. Your Discord just now showed the red ping of me. Oh no, Jamie. Sorry to hear it. Welcome. How you doing, bud? Totally subverts expectations. 100%. 100%. 1000%. I'm liking the pillar on the left now. I'm liking it leading into these platforms. Not loving the sections over on the right. Yet I don't like the platform at the back. That's right, I was going to fix the staircase of rocks. It's a staircase of rocks. I don't think I asked, Ghoulie. How you doing, bud? Morning dust. Let me quickly... I need to remember to make that into a YouTube chat because it, by default, has it as a YouTube and Twitch chat. Drum solo should definitely work. Drums are some of the oldest instruments we have. There's a point in time where some people only had drums for music. Oh, for sure. But we're so melody brained in our day and age where we're listening to a song for the melody. Like that tends to be how your Joe Schmo listens to music, right? So the thought of a drum solo where melody is completely removed, there's no, the voicing exclusively comes from the nuances of the rhythm and how it presents itself, right? So like you do get like high tones and low tones, but you don't get like a melody, you know? So hearing that as a solo is really cool. Really, really, really cool. Will your package actually arrive or is it lost in limbo forever? It's pretty promising with the 17. It's pretty promising. But with different size drums, you have lead and rhythm drums. Oh, for sure, for sure, for sure. But drums don't voice themselves. Drums don't voice themselves in the same way that like a piano or a violin or a trumpet or an oboe or a saxophone, like it does. You don't get that. You don't get the nuances of like melody. You don't get them. But drums don't need it. Drums absolutely do not need it. As exhibited by all of the amazing drum solos. I think what I want to do is rotate that clump of ground a little bit, and then I'll fix these stairs. Let's do the stairs first. Above and beyond anything else first. So I need to make the rocks up here small. And I also need to make this hang low. Take that as a yes. It'll get here, but tomorrow, you got this. You got this, Dust. I mean, the postal system, you know what I mean. Similarly, something that I ordered back in the start of October, end of November, end of September. Something that I ordered at the end of September was anticipated to have arrived by the end of September, early October, because I needed it for PAX, right? PAX was, 2.5 weeks ago? PAX was about 2.5 weeks ago. I needed something for PAX. They've just shipped it today. When they were saying that it was going to arrive a month ago. I don't know, man. It's just... Postal system is wacky at the moment. Rhythm tends to be hypnotic for humans. There's a reason religious fanatics, cult leaders, and public speakers use rhythm for their speeches. It bypasses a lot of the human official thinking mechanisms, gives people a euphoric feeling to be taken into a rhythm. Yeah. I mean, it's why dance is so popular, right? Because it taps into something incredibly human. And that's basically all rhythm. Yeah, you can have melody and stuff. It's weird because like when just listening to music, you really appreciate the melody, but when dancing, like the melody is like it's there, I guess. But like I'm here for the bass. I'm here for the rhythm. Is that right? Can I have it linger for longer? Or if that's the case, actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. That all shouldn't be visible. If anything, it should dip lower than the tree stump. Like that or something. The rhythm's going to get. It always does. It always does. Sounds like the start of a boogeyman to scare little kids at night. Little Timmy, if you're not careful, if you get out of your bed after after I've tucked you away, the rhythm is gonna get you. The rhythm is known to hide in closets and underneath beds, and can smell fear. Oftentimes, you hear about rhythm, yeah. It's actually the case with a lot of missing persons reports. Is the last thing noted by onlookers is that they were spotted in close proximity with rhythm, actually. There are all sorts of spooky photographs where people who have mysteriously died, you see them standing there, and then there's rhythm in the background of the photo just going, yeah. A spooky ghost. Gloria Estefan, however you spell it. Kevin Bacon just eerily dancing behind you. Yep. I mean, why do you think they banned dancing in that one Kevin Bacon movie? It's gonna get you. That's not right. What if I say that that's down there instead? Because it needs, yeah, because we don't see the edge of the log where the bridge is connected to, so it dips down. Yeah. Okay, all right. Something like that. Right? Why does it feel like... I suppose the big break is these are pretty short distances, and then that distance is way longer, super long in comparison. So is there anything that I can do to kind of alleviate that? Not particularly, because I don't want to add another rock or something here, because then what that will do is that'll obscure the archway behind, and then it'll be confusing as to what's going on behind. Gotta hide your kids, hide your wives. It's come for everyone out there, 100%. The rhythm of the night. Got the rhythm of the night. Oh, I run and hide. The rhythm of the night. Who redeemed the banjo-looking trombone? You love them so much. Wow, I mean, Billy, this is not new. This is not news that you love Ghoulie. This is a given. Have I seen So Reebok, Oh So Nike video? I have not. Shoot it to me on Discord. I'll give it a watch. I'll give it a watch after stream. Forgot to turn my music back on. Oh, I did. Thank you. I just had trombones in my head. It was keeping me it's keeping me occupied. No, you are not deaf. It's all me. I am the one who is deaf. We might have to do full on Might have to do full-on floating stones. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's try that. Let's give that a go. Because that's not going to work by itself. Or at the very least, I'm not good enough as an artist to make that work. So, let's try. Let's try. No, do not apologize. Yeah, sorry, not sorry, correct. Yeah. Yep. Do not apologize. All good. You played trombone in primary school? Well, I was just saying that I played trumpet in middle school, so I've got some familiarity with brass, not trombone specifically though. Lanky Kong was one of your favorites in DK64. Was Lanky Kong on the trombone? Video is painfully old, but hot damn, it still makes you laugh again. Just, oh no. Okay, the reason why the slope wasn't working before is that it's an insane amount of distance. It just dawned on me how big of a distance it was, and having a single bridge make the entire distance just didn't look right. It just did not look right. Especially on the angle. I didn't like the angle of tree here, bridge go up, because to make it look accurate, it would need to be a bridge that does this. Or something to that effect. And the front on look just is a bit wonky. DK64 is your favorite N64 game, just behind Majora's Mask. I keep having to remind Billy that I didn't grow up with Nintendo consoles. He's like, but Harley, Dad, do you remember do you remember this on the GameCube? And I'm going, no, I don't remember. Actually, an enchanted winding path like Snake Way. I mean, it could, but I really like how grounded and heavy it feels with these links here, and I want to continue that momentum at least a little bit if I can. We'll see how far I can take it. Ooh, crunchy neck. Totally want to do a Hot Wheels loop for the last bridge. Heavy schmevy, yeah. Some of the Hot Wheels sets got insane. So, play monster trucks, do a big flip, and then it crash. You put the two monster trucks in, and then it does a loop on two sides, and then the monster trucks smash into each other, and then like a shark comes up and noms on the car, and then there's like a jelly zone. Welcome to the jelly zone. Like I don't know. I get it. It's exciting. It is, but there's so much. So much. Do we need that many collisions? Can we just not do the cool car flip thing? Like where this is going, can't wait for the jellies. Are absolutely not the jelly zone. New Fast and Furious. Actually, Lex, you do bring up a pretty good point. That's probably how they got inspiration for the Fast and Furious series. Was like, you've got all of these execs like making vroom vroom noises in their office, like launching cars across the room, and they're like, oh good lord, can we add the jelly zone? Pretty please, absolutely not. I will not be. I will not be peer pressured into adding a jelly zone. Ever rendered a car or vehicle before? I don't think I have. The closest thing I've gotten to a car or vehicle, I'm gonna say yes, and then show you why it's not what you mean. The closest thing to a car or vehicle that I have rendered is, God, where is it? Where is it? Yep, here we go. My eyes. That's the closest thing to a car or vehicle that I've rendered. So, like, yes, technically, but no. Only family drive into the jelly zone. Oh, good lord, yes. Bridge actually goes under the island, then does a full inverted loop to drop you into the roof hatch. Into that way. No front door, best of luck. Or it reminds me of the is it the, yeah, it's the hideout for the Lost Boys in Neverland, where it's got all the, like, the different hatches and secret loop-de-loop slides and everything sticking out the sides of it, and all the different Lost Boys go into the hideout in different ways. 100%. The star coach in my new race series. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Actually, that is a good point. Why have we never received a movie series that's like extreme, like horse and carriage stunts? That would be sick. Now we're talking. Tavern and Furious. I can't think of two things that are more antithetical to each other's existences as the Fast and Furious series and my aesthetic. Get on it, Hollywood. True. Peter. Yeah, but I mean, we can make CG animals. We can do CG horses. I'm sure. Set up like a carriage to do jumping rigs and stuff. And then just like do a cartoon horse. That's all I'm saying. Once all movies are AI, it'll... I've stopped watching just like blockbuster movies a very, very, very long time ago. If you were to tell me like, there's a really cool AI blockbuster that can only exist because AI exists, I can't think of a less appealing prospect. Like those disaster movies, I can't. When Twisters came out, I think I fell asleep as soon as I heard the trailer released. Like somebody told me like, have you seen the new Twisters? Somebody asked me, have you seen the new Twisters? Immediately, out like a light. We'll get there. Sequels are limitless. Think Fast and Furious is on like 11. Yeah, they are. They're on 11 now. Eventually they'll really drive into suspension of disbelief into a medieval Fast and Furious. I would be down for that. That would be fun. Lex, if you can hear me, I am almost caught up with Critical Role at this point. I am 80% the way through episode 4, and oh my god. I now know exactly what you are talking about. I agree. I think Brennan has absolutely found his stride in episode 4. Hands down, best Critical Role episode of anything that I think I've listened to. Don't think But it totally tracks. What attracts you to a story, specifically movies or series? Good character work, I think. If I do like a bit of quirkiness as well. Like, for example, I saw a little bit of footage of Peaky Blinders with Cillian Murphy as the main character. He was just so compellingly in character with how interesting the environment was and like the set design and stuff like that. I was immediately hooked, and I had to at least watch a few episodes to see how it was. And I really enjoyed it up until they kind of did stupid things with the writing. Style is most definitely something that gets me in the door. Good writing is what keeps me around. If there's good writing, I'm hooked, and you can take me along for the full ride. If it feels like the writing gets sloppy, like I really enjoyed Loki season 1, hated Loki season 2, and basically immediately stopped watching after 2 episodes because the writing was just substantially worse. Both in terms of pacing, direction, like purpose of the series, as well as dialogue. If those 2 things can keep me hooked, I'm all yours. Murphy's insane, such a great actor. Yeah, 100%. Thomas Shelby said in Dark. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Mr. Shelby. I was immediately hooked to the concept. They couldn't, as I said, they couldn't keep me because the writing slipped. But the style and commitment to the character was what got me in the door. So 2-pronged answer: style and then writing. That makes a little bit more sense, but do I like it? It reminds me of... What does this remind me of? It reminds me of the lead up to the Rivali's village in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, okay. Last season was a little meh, but you liked all the rest. Immersion is a big one for you. If you can easily transport into the story you're interested. Rito mentioned, yeah. It reminds me of the little bridges going from platform to platform leading up to the Rito village. Is the impression that I've got from the visuals, which is a good thing. But I just need to make sure that it looks right. Also a sucker for non-linear or unorthodox storytelling. Like a classic Memento. Yeah, okay. I find it fun, but I won't have... That wouldn't be like a selling point. Like, I'm not going to drop everything and watch a non-linear story just because it's non-linear. But if it is non-linear and it is done well, I do find it appealing. You like being a little bit confused? Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. There are a lot of movies where I kind of check out about halfway through because I know what's going to happen because of how much it steers you towards the ending. So a bit of non-linearity can help in that regard. That can be good. Actually, I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm going to copy this layer, hide the original so I can make big sweeping changes. Hear me out. These platforms are big. Oh God, my logic is so freaking good. It's so clean. These objects are big. They're big platforms because they are close. Platform in the middle between big platforms and far away platform is going to be small because far away. Therefore, ergo vis-a-vis, I can maybe add a platform in between that connects. That isn't floating, because I don't like the floating platforms. I don't. It's doable. It is, in fact, doable. I think. I hope. I plea. You didn't either? The floating platforms? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, so it needs to be a little bit darker than that. So if it's like here. It does obscure the archway a little bit, but that's kind of something that is inevitable. It's a little bit inevitable. Morning, Glitchy. Sketch the layout of the cliff from face of the bridge. So it would make it the angles easier to place for the angle here, like to scale. I'm gonna have to break down that. I'm gonna have to break down that sentence. Give me a sec. If I sketch the layout of the cliff from face on and bridge, that would would it make the angles easier to place from the angle here? Ah, I see what you mean. No, so the problem that I have isn't I'm not finding it difficult to place the bridge. I'm finding it difficult to put the bridge in an aesthetically pleasing spot. Does that make sense? Like, I could just do the bridge, how it would make sense to connect the log to the cliff. I could just do that, but I don't like how it looks. So I'm trying to add other objects to make the bridge move around a little bit to make it feel a little bit better. Sorry, not to... just to thank you for the suggestion, but I'm trying to think of a way to relocate the bridge in a visually appealing way. No, I need angle to play with the placement. Yeah, no, I do understand what they mean. But I'm trying to like mess with the layout. I'm not confused about how to make the layout look, if that makes sense. Different ways, same results. The more things change, the more something bridged. Hey, going glitchy. How's uni? Exhausting? Yeah, I can imagine so. I can imagine so. Are you enjoying some elements? 90 degrees on the z-axis? Yeah, yep. Can't see depth, so you have to visualize landscapes in 3D in your head to figure them out. I always pick incredibly awkward angles, which makes makes my job so much harder. But at the same time, I'd like to think that challenging myself makes me have to develop skill. Whereas if I just went with the same angles over and over and over again, it would, I don't know, it'd become a little bit stale for me. Not have to, but it's if it's detailed, then you do. Yeah. Yep. Welcome back. Do we get a good amount of David Beckham that time? Like really solid? David Beckham, now you see me. Industry school I've not heard of. Lucky you got a new one. Why do people say business major is easy? Is an easy major to deal with? Do they? Do people say that a business major is easy? I haven't heard that before. It might have something to do with the fact that a business major allows for a lot of flexibility. Maybe that's what they're referring to. But in terms of actually doing it, I don't think so. Whoever said that is in an alternative timeline where frogs have fur. Yeah, exactly. That is a strange statement to make. I don't think any university subject is easy. They all have their own challenges. What if I do a wider base and then it skinnies and then goes into that bit there to try and emulate, because I want it, because I've got this shape here where I've got a small rock with a wide base, and then I've got this shape at the back where the rock has been worn towards the base, and it's almost like they're doing opposite things, and I'm trying to figure out a way to marry the two concepts together a little bit better. And I might have to ditch one and adapt it to the other. Frogs with fur sounds like a fun concept to draw. How long is their fur? How do their eyes deal with the fur? Do they still chirp? Do their hands have fur or leather? I mean, I think that's what the wonderful thing about creature design is, that you get to make all of these decisions. Because it all just depends on like how the frog is evolved. If you have to guess, it's like squirrel fur length. That makes sense. Similar size. Absolutely not. Is their fur matted from swimming in mud, or are they clean? Do they have leather undersides? What could... I mean... A furry frog... I mean, we're kind of leaning into platypus territory at that point, right? Kind of? A little bit? Is different length around different areas. Yeah. Baby seal kind of fur. Ooh, that could work. Platypuses are closer to penguins than... I mean, they're different. They're a different animal category entirely, so I think they're equidistant. They do have the right faces reference. Yeah. Medieval Fast and Furious is ready for me in memes. Oh god, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. The stunts. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. We need more. We need more cart and chariot stunts. It's the perfect amount of jank, 100%. Oh, posture check. Fair. Fair. I've been skimping. Courtesy of Sora. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Lucky number 7. Oops. Can't move on until I figured out this situation. I think the thing that's throwing me off the most is the rock in the background. The rock that the tavern actually sits on, with how it works. It could be that. Oh, Tribbit, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the tavern. Hope you enjoy your stay. Dinner cooked, be back later maybe? Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Maybe it's that these lines aren't where they're supposed to be. Maybe if I give them more curve and it looks like you're looking up at it more, maybe that will solve my little conundrum. Making a forest is like an average forest or a magical one? It is. It's a magical one. Because if you look at the top here, this is all like a ceiling, right? That's the sky up there through these big holes. So there's technically there's something on top there. I don't think we've exactly come to a conclusion. It's probably a forest up there as well, but we can't see it. So the forest that we're seeing down here is all underground. Just browsing the art category on Twitch, and my stream looked interesting. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. How you doing? Thank you for the compliment. I try and make things look interesting, so if I've succeeded, it's a pat on my back. I appreciate it. That's maybe done it. Curving those lines a little bit more to give the impression that you're looking up at the rock more than you were before has helped immensely, in my humble opinion. I'll need to go through and do a more detailed render of it, but that'll do for now. But yeah, Tribbit, pleasure to meet you. I'm a Harley. I do this kind of thing. It's not currently what my work looks like, but it's getting there. It'll eventually look like this kind of thing. It's a process. Trust in the process. I need to trust in the process. Otherwise I'll go insane. How about I make a fantasy animal who's a mixture of a bear and a bat to make it more alive? Oh, to like add more things? That'll come in time. I needed to sort out the physical layout of the place first before I can add more stuff. It'll look like there's stuff in there, don't worry. If I hide some of these layers... there are like little fireflies and stuff that are floating throughout, and there are little like rock insects that are on the walls, and there are going to be little salamanders and stuff. There's going to be life all over the place, don't worry. Are there like bat monkeys? They live in trees by day, and then for safety at night, they hang upside down in the cave by their tails. Maybe the bat bears hunt maybe the monkey bears. There's a full bear-based ecosystem, 100%. Give the vibe of an underground tavern. Just wait. Until the structure is done, I can't add that kind of flavor. Because if I add creatures and stuff, it's like what's a good example? It's like baking a cake and then trying to put icing on the cake before the actual cake is baked. And it can look great, like it can have stuff on it, but the cake is like collapsing and it doesn't taste very nice, you know? So I need to make sure that the actual structure of the cake is baked first before I start adding on the details. Looks amazing. Really enjoy creating your own characters. Done a few like a year ago, but you haven't done that in a while. I scratched that itch with D&D, with like the character creation process for that. So I haven't had the itch in a little while because I have been making a few D&D characters recently. But yeah, like as in OCs, do you create original characters for yourself? Bear-based ecosystem sounds like the local gay bar. Yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that now that you describe it. Something like that, but there are like these silly cartoonish animals, or at least that's what you were going for. Ah, okay. So like character design, very cool. Do you have like a little collection of them at this point? Or was it very much so the enjoyment of the process, but then you don't really keep them after you're finished? Gaydar is how you find the little tags on the ears of the bears when the park ranger does catch and release. Oh no, I feel as though we're mixing up a few metaphors here. Not being able to ice a cake before it's baked sounds like a skill issue. So my mum used to make like custom birthday cakes and stuff, and we had some interesting fallouts. so interesting. We had a cheesecake that just did not set. We had a cheesecake that just did not set, and it was it turned into a trifle, believe it or not. So yes, there is absolutely such a thing as underbaking something before trying to work on it. Track the population and migration when they're hyping 100%. 100%. You can't ice your cake because you ate all the icing. That sounds like a skill issue in like a completely different direction. Still have them on paper, also in your phone. You created a backstory for each of them while drawing them. You could share somewhere if you... Yeah, yes please. If you type in !Discord into chat, it'll come up with a Discord link, and we've got a share your art section in there. I would love to see. Also not a big cake fan, so it balances. I'm here for the icing and nothing else. Oh God, we all knew that one kid who would like get a cupcake, eat all the icing off the top, and then just leave the cupcake bit. Oh, filled with rage I was. What's the point? What's the point? You don't know how to draw? It's a skill, so you need to develop it. If you spend time drawing, you get better at drawing. If you don't spend time drawing, then you don't get better at drawing. It's not something that people are just good at, you know. If you know somebody who's good at drawing, it's probably because they've spent a lot of time drawing. So if you want to get good, Glitchy, you absolutely can. There are so many examples of, no, Ghoulie, don't raise your hand. No. You're a monster. So if you, like there are so many examples of somebody who's like, hey, I've never drawn in my life. I'm awful at it. I want to get good. And they've logged their process over the span of like a year of drawing every day. And they get really good. They get really, really, really good. You spent at least 3 hours designing each of the characters. Still looks so simple. I mean, I spend hours and hours and hours streaming and I get nothing done. So it goes with the territory. Goes with the territory. Hold pencil however you want. Touch the pointy bit of the paper and slide it around a bit. There you go. See? Jamie knows what's up. Jamie knows what's up. Layered erosion. There we go. That's pretty good. Let's grab a couple of images from here. This will serve us very nicely. These images will serve us very nicely indeed. Because I need some of this layered rock vibe that I'm not putting down very well from intuition. So reference will have to do. Reference will have to fill that void. And then when I've done it enough, I'll have the I'll have the intuition I can do layered erosion whenever I want the next time. More of an ice cream guy than a cake guy. That's fair. I'd say that I'm the same. I don't really like cake. I'm lactose intolerant, but I do like a good ice cream. I will absolutely jump on that grenade. Tree one, waterfall, plenty of colors, details. This layer in between islands. Posted those characters in the Discord, along with your little digital drawing of the knight from Hollow Knight. Hope I like it. Yeah. I've been known to hate things, but this is not one of those things. These are awesome. Oh, these are awesome. And you're saying that you haven't done these kinds of drawings for about a year. You should get back into it. I like a lot. I do like the Daredevil cat with the katana. Very fun. Very, very, very fun. I like a lot. Perfect. I do like it. I do. Lactose intolerant. What's my favorite candy? Well, I don't have candy. I hate sugar. I hate sugary things. Ice cream is like the exception to the rule. I'm going to try something. And we'll see how it goes. Wish me luck. I'm going to have to get rid of all of this. That's fine. But yeah, I don't have any candy. My treat of choice is chocolate. Chocolate can be sweet, but I tend to prefer the chocolate that isn't sweet. So I don't like white chocolate. Hate white chocolate with a fiery passion. Any chocolate that's like more dark than milk. You can get like chocolates that are milk chocolate blended with a bit of dark chocolate. I really, really, really like those. But yeah, that's my poison. That's my poison of choice. My attempt here is how would I word this? Unstable layered rock is my plan. How well I can execute is entirely on me, I suppose. Yeah, that feels better. That feels better. And then what I can do is I can add a little bit of that element to, yeah. It's starting to feel good. And I can bring it to here as, okay, yep. This has unlocked the tool that I need. The cat was supposed to be from Cyberpunk style city, and the group of friends going against the big evil corpo. Sounds generic, but that's what was going through your mind at the time. Process of drawing. Makes sense. I recommend if you're wanting to get back into drawing, use stream as like an excuse. Like, oh, Mahali's drawing. I could do a bit of drawing as well. Why not? Like, Mahali's drawing anyway. May as well give it a go. Because it's one of those things where you almost need to find reasons to get back into it. I tend to find anyway. Got a nap? Good luck. Bridging? Thank you, Jamie. Enjoy your nap. Writing while I'm drawing? It's like study hall or something? Yeah, exactly. It's that classic bit where it's like, I want to run around and cause chaos. It's like, but my friends are studying at the moment, so it's no fun if I don't study as well. You know? Kind of gives you an excuse to do something productive. And then when you're in the swing of drawing again, you're like, actually, you know what? I really enjoy this. Done 2 badges for a streamer, and also a digital piece for your friend from a reference he sent you. Oh, that's nice. You've got like a little portfolio at this point then. That's what you've done recently? Yeah, fair enough. Fair. Grading against solidifying the mechanics of your TTRPG, specifically the skills/stats system. Okay, one of the pillars. It's one of those things where once you crack that, I reckon it opens up everything else, because all the logic follows, right? Okay, that feels better on the right. I'm happy with that. I did say that I wanted to rotate it slightly, so let's give that a go. See if I can do that now before I push it any further. When I say rotate it, I mean almost push it over in 3-dimensional space. The way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to bend the lines so that they're no longer straight. That way you're kind of looking up at it instead of straight on. that. Perfect. You love dinosaurs? Yeah, dinosaurs are pretty rad. I was massively into dinosaurs when I was a kid. It was like my favourite thing. If anything, I I got a dinosaur balloon for my birthday this year. So have I shaken the allegations? Not really. I am still big into dinosaurs, apparently. There's nothing I can do. At this time you created those characters, you were really inspired after seeing the Lackadaisy pilot on YouTube? Wanted to create a bunch of your own? Yeah, well, I mean, that tends to be how inspiration works, right? Where you see something amazing and I want to do something like that. Something like that. Big fan of Carnos. They look so rad. You're inspired by a Trivet to post the drawings you've done? Let's have a look. This was from ages ago. You only ever drew on paper? These are sick. These are so good. So good. Fire, you know what my favorite ones are going to be. Of the faces and the dragon eyes, which one is Bahali's favorite drawings? Who's to say? Who knows? Favorite though is Psittacosaurus, the dinosaur that they know what color it was. Really? The weird little tail feather thing they had to... I think I know which one you're talking about. Been very reluctant to post it. They're awesome. They're so good. Came back to ads. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's at every half-hour mark, but only for a short stint. Psittacosaurus. Yep, okay, yep. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see it now that you've broken it down. Thank you. Know what color its anus was as well. Enhance! I haven't kept up with dinosaur news in a little while. I do remember them kind of having existential crises about what they think dinosaurs look like in terms of colours and feathers. But I haven't kept up to date with current findings. Stupid David Beckham ad? I freaking know it. Promise it's true, not being your normal vulgar self. I mean, you probably are also, but yes, I do believe you. I do believe you. Dinosaurs probably look like fat chickens. I mean, that's the wonderful thing about dinosaurs is that they're kind of like creature design, where you totally could have dinosaurs that are just big fat chickens. You totally could. Guys have to choose on which dinosaur have to be. Which dinosaur would you want to continue living as for the rest of my life? Triceratops would be pretty fun. Triceratops would be pretty fun. I don't know. I enjoy drawing too much, so I need something with opposable thumbs. Yeah, I think if I had to choose dinosaur, I would go with Triceratops. But I wouldn't change into another creature, I don't think. Not permanently, absolutely not. It'd be like spending your life as a wizard and then transporting yourself into the body of I don't know, a giraffe or something. It's like, well, I can't cast these spells now. That's ridiculous. Something that could fly, something like Archaeopteryx. Yeah, okay, like an Aerodactyl. Yeah, a pterodactyl type. Aerodactyl, the Pokemon. Hi, Alt. It's just shapeshift. If it's just shapeshift, then like with no qualms. So Triceratops, absolutely no qualms. The hesitation would come from the permanent shapeshifts. Go with Ankylosaurus because armor and gives you club tail. Yeah, fair. Pick Velociraptor honestly because probably a generic pick, but you want to be speedy. I think that's fair. Want to be a megalodon? My biggest fear. Shampoo would be proud. Not be picking anything that was contemporary with T-Rex. Yeah, it'd be tough. It'd be tough, right? But I suppose the idea would be that it's a snowflake situation where you by yourself are the dinosaur. I don't think you'd have to compete with the T-Rex. Can't cast spells as a giraffe. Or have I just not tried? Oh, it's just not fun. Big stupid deck. I can't read my books. Want to be a smallest dinosaur? Being regular dinosaur size means you can never go into the town again. Yeah, that's my concern, right? Is that once you've become dinosaur, then all of your norms go out the window. Posted those 2 badges you've made and the artwork for your friend. Ooh, let's have a look. Very nice. Very, 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 very nice. I like a lot. I like the Rayman action with the floating hands and the floating feet. I like that a lot. Just a dinosaur now. Now you're living your living expenses has jumped by 1,000%, 1,000 times purely by your caloric intake. Yeah, no, that's the fear, isn't it? The logistics of it. Well, now I can't work, frick, because they hired me as a human. I'm breaching my contract by being a dinosaur. In a shapeshift situation, Iguanodon could be cool. If you dumb, you get the thumb. Get done. That character you made is actually a blob of strawberry jam that came to life. Oh, that's nice. had to live as a dinosaur in modern times. Yeah, modern times weren't built for dinosaurs, unfortunately. Really the most discriminated of animals. Yeah, like I feel as though public services wouldn't really be accommodating to dinosaur situations, you know? Like, how am I getting into buildings, you know? Just that by itself is a bit of a conundrum. Dinosaurs are just misunderstood. I mean, yeah, by definition, in the sense that we've got an entire field of research around what are dinosaurs and how they work, and it feels like paleontologists still don't really have a solid grasp. I mean, they do to an extent, but some elements are still like, it's probably this, I guess. This is like our best model. But we're kind of also guessing. If you became a dinosaur, you'd have so many needles stabbed in you, so they can use your DNA to make them a theme park. Then you'll be the head on a rich 1940s Texas man's wall. Yeah, hate dinosaurs. Yeah, no, it would be a rough situation. Realistically speaking, it'd be an incredibly rough situation. Even like a couple of 100 years ago or something, you'd still get shot at, you know? There's no escaping people, putting you in a bag, I think. If you're a flying one, you can go wherever you want, but you have to go back and forth to get your stuff one by one. Yeah. Yep. Misunderstood. Yeah, no, I completely agree. It'd be exhausting. Yeah, I feel as though... Glitchy, if it's an ability to transform back and forth between dinosaur and person, 100%. It just leads to more options, you know? It just leads to some interesting options. Obviously, you have to be careful about when you transform, or else scientists are going to be like, for science, let's capture that thing and poke it with a bunch of needles, yeah. But the flexibility of it all, incredibly tempting. Velociraptors are your favourite? They're small and fast? Yeah. Well, that's what Squid was saying, is that going fast would be really fun. Turns out bones are just expanded over time. Turns out dinosaurs are really small. They're just sponges, yeah. So over time they're just whoop. They're literally actually just chicken bones that have just become real big, just incredibly big. Absorbed all the moisture in the dirt. You would choose that Dino sapien that was posited a long while ago. Be the freakiest possible creature available. It's just the pen, pineapple, apple, pen song all over again. I have a lax. I have a dino. Lax is a dino. Or damages. Don't want to pay for stuff. Accidentally destroyed by... Yeah, exactly. No, it sounds like an incredibly messy situation. Can you post a link? Something funny for inspiration? Yeah, by all means. Preferably in the Discord if you're posting a link. But let me know when it's posted. All good, all good. If we drew modern animals the way we drew dinosaurs based on bones alone. This is great. A lot of ads on this site, but yes, this is great. Swan, hippo, but yeah, no, this is fantastic. There's a lot of guesswork. There's a lot of guesswork involved. And it's tough. Like, just based on skeleton alone, there's a lot of interpolating that you need to do. Only agree to become a dino if you get to become the protector of Earth from aliens, and you're and your Bronchiosaurus self gets a cool space helmet and rocket ship. Yeah, that or some sort of Dinotopia situation, right? Where everybody's kind of dinosaurs, or at least friends with dinosaurs, right? Where there's a bit of normalcy to it would be quite fun. Dinolax sounds like a veterinary grade laxative. You feed your pet Stegosaurus when it packs. Oh no. Yeah, true. I can imagine the little bottle now with the label across it. Is Godzilla a dinosaur or an iguana? Neither. I think by very definition, Godzilla is a mutant. Is a mutated iguana. So like, I don't think it's one or the other. It wouldn't be dinosaur. Have dinosaurs probably all wrong. we probably do, yeah. Morning in it. Ah, thank you, Jackson. Yeah, good morning. How you going? No, you don't care about Dinotopia? You want your dino with a space helmet or you leave? I would go with a Dinotopia situation. I would. But fair enough, if you've got your preference, everybody should. Cyclops originated from mammoth bones, if you remember correctly, because the big hole in the middle for their trunk. Yep. It makes sense. The iconic like elephant graveyard shot from The Lion King has always stuck with me. That big hole in the front of the skull. Dynolux doesn't come in a bottle. It's a sore positive. Well done. No, that's glorious. That's fantastic. Godzilla's design is inspired by the mixture of Komodo dragon and gorilla, hence the name. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Big hole in the front of the skull is where the brain goes. When they put the brain in, yeah, fair enough. Ooh. A quest. Now of all times? Okay. I think I continue that motif and I widen the base of You bought Mario Party Jamboree and Kirby Euphagor Land today. Yeah, I've heard really good things about. Are you planning on getting the Switch 2 versions of them? Because apparently that's a thing. Kirby Eifelgore Land. Perfect. Okay, if I'm going to do that, then I could lean into sedimentary layers and make it look funky. Not interested in the Jamboree Switch 2 version, and your Kirby copy came with a 7-day trial of Nintendo Switch Online Premium, so you're just going to do the extra Switch 2 content on that? Yeah, okay, fair. So you'll wait until you're up to that and then cash that in. Makes sense. You'll say because of the Heisei era iteration of Godzilla and Godzilla the series made him a dinosaur. Outside of those two, he's basically based on aquatic creatures like an iguana. Well, I think the lore is technically it's a creature unknown that was either woken up by or mutated by atomic radiation, right? So it is a mutant, maybe iguana, I think is where it kind of officially sits in the lore. I don't think, unless that particular era of Godzilla actually explicitly says Godzilla is a dinosaur, then I think technically that's the answer. Godzilla the series is based on 1998 Godzilla, which is in the canon not Godzilla. Is that Americans thought it was Godzilla, but they were mistaken. Really? Okay, yeah. The one that got launched through the Sydney Opera House, right? If my memory serves me correctly, as vaguely as it is. Sitting back there somewhere. Technically speaking, Godzilla is a metaphor. Technically speaking, Godzilla is a metaphor, correct, yeah. The one that was in New York? Yep. But then they brought back that version of Godzilla to fight regular Godzilla, and it just gets absolutely obliterated. I think there is, if my memory is serving me correctly, there is a scene of the New York Godzilla getting launched through the Sydney Opera House. Yeah, it was awesome. Amazing. So the lore is saying a radioactive explosion turned a prehistoric aquatic animal fossil to a big iguana with a laser beam. No. So it wasn't a fossil. It turned a living either iguana or an egg or something living into Godzilla. It like slowly grows over time until it becomes as large as Godzilla. It doesn't start as big as Godzilla. But this is a layperson's understanding of of the Godzilla franchise. I've seen, I want to say like 6 movies, which is not nothing, but I do not nearly have enough info to give like a full explanation of how it all works. Because a lot of the older Godzilla movies are just like, Godzilla's attacking again, let's fight. It does not give you a lot. Does not give you a lot. Ocular occlusion. As we're going further and further back into the cavern, we start in like a burgundy. What would we move towards? We move towards a blue, right? Because the light source, no, would we move towards an orange? Because the light source is yellow. No, because it's not under direct sunlight. What would we shift towards? Go from like that reddish tone to take on some of these blues, I guess? I could try that. I need a bit of like color separation, I think, because it's all kind of just blending in together. So if I take this and I go a little bit of blue, and it becomes this kind of desaturated purple. Yeah, that could work. He's referred to as Zilla, and a lot of people see him as a Godzilla's like shadow version. A lot smaller, a lot faster, but it can reproduce. You may have to fight hundreds at once, which plays into the bit where they find all the eggs underneath New York. Yeah, fair. To you, there are 3 Godzilla stages. The first where he just fought monsters in black and white. The second in the early 2000s, and now in the Monsterverse. Fair. Would you count Shin Godzilla? Is it Shin Godzilla? What was the Godzilla Zero? That one? Would you count that as being part of the Monsterverse? Or is that like its own thing? Which show introduced me to Transformers? You watched Transformers Prime and Transformers Robots in Disguise, Transformers Rescue Bots Heroes, and no, I didn't watch any of the Transformers shows, unfortunately. That was just not part of my childhood. I was familiar with the designs because the robots were incredibly popular while I was growing up, but I never watched any of the shows. I think I tried to watch things like Beast Wars and stuff, but I hate the visuals. I hate the visuals so much. The early 2000s clunky 3D animation stuff was very difficult on the eyes. Godzilla -1. Yeah, that one. See Godzilla -1 as what if we tried to do the original Godzilla did in the modern day. Right. So, yeah, okay. So kind of its own thing. I understand why, though. Hi, Noctua. How you going? Lucky number 7. So many sevens. So many sevens recently. I think I've said lucky number 7 about 7 about 7 times. Shin Godzilla captures the original cosmic horror. Godzilla -1 was scary, scared the crap out of you. It has predator eyes. I really enjoyed -1. I really, really, really enjoyed -1. It was very good. The music, the effects, the storytelling. I was actually invested in what was happening with the human characters for once. Really, 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 really good. Oh no. We had such good roles before. What happened? -1 was incredible. Yeah. Yep. I 100% agree. Why do I always have to make so many mistakes before I get to the common sense Dodoy moment of like, yeah, of course there's going to be a color influence by the whatever. Okay, so I'm going to lean into that kind of like off color gray for all of that. I can put that, maybe put some blue through there. And it starts with the magenta and then goes back into the blues. Yeah. You woke up to your alarm and then accidentally slept an hour long. Oh no! All good. All good. Shin Godzilla is amazing. -1 is amazing. Godzilla King of the Monsters is the best US version of Godzilla. Really? Was this the one with King Ghidorah? Or Ghidorah, I suppose is the pronunciation of it. All the human characters suck in Godzilla, but like you can't blame them. At the end of the day, you see Godzilla movies, go to Godzilla movies to watch the lizard, except for -1. So no matter how good the humans are, you kind of don't care. Yeah, but like -1 still managed to nail it though, you know? Best US version of Godzilla is not a high bar. I really enjoyed the 2014 Godzilla. I did. Maybe that's a hot take, but... since when is Godzilla shipped with Mothra? This has been the case for like friggin' ages. They team up Godzilla with Mothra almost constantly. There are quite a few showings of the pair of them where it's like, for some reason Mothra is teaming up with Godzilla to save us from blah de blah. King Ghidorah in this particular case. Where have you been? Yeah. Yep. -1 wasn't sold as look at these big guys fighting one another and look at this evil lizard and their human toll. More like a horror movie than than like a superhero movie. I get what you mean. Can enjoy Shakespeare and pro wrestling? You can. There are literally no rules. You can do what you like. You enjoyed Peacemaker because it focused on character, because that's what you expected going into it. Another superhero movie like Infinity War did that entire movie and forgot the action. You'd be like, yeah, no, that's fair. In terms of focus, no, I get that. The name -1 comes from the concept of Japan going down to 0 after being bombed in World War II, and then Godzilla subtracted one more thing from them. Oh, that's heavy. No, I never realized that was the purpose for the naming. That's really cool. You're literally on vacation? Nice. Well deserved. Well deserved after graduating. Well done. If I push the rock back into that kind of blue. Really just say, yep, you are with the waterfall business. You are in the waterfall business. You install waterfalls. Good job. Does that kind of work? I think I need to go lighter with it in order to push it back further, but yes. Already graduated, all A's. Nice. That pretender, that does not surprise me because you put in a lot of hard work. It tends to go that if you put in the hard yards, you tend to see results when it comes to academics. School was only 3 years ago, but it feels so long ago. Yeah, for me too, definitely. Definitely only 3 years ago. Definitely only 3 years ago. Okay, I've rediscovered color theory, don't mind me. Peace off. Why? Why does it always take me so long? Herr Director, we have put in all of our research and development, and we have discovered the wheel. Oh. That's cool. Anything else? No, just the wheel. We can now roll around and stuff. Oh, yeah, good job. Well done for rediscovering the wheel, you nerd. Get up my backwards cap and skateboard. How you doing, fellow kids? What am I drawing? I'm drawing a new. You've seen this one before. Drawing a new scape for the tavern. Less than a year ago for you. Now between that school and previous school, yeah. No, I think that's what Alt was describing was previous school. Looks so different now with the color. It's gonna look like a mess for a little bit because I've been just kind of slapping color at the canvas to see what works. Because I had an idea in my head and it didn't pan out, so I needed to very drastically change things. The idea now will be that it starts with like these magentas and burgundies in the foreground, and then it pushes out into blues and greys the further in you go. Is the hope. Still in further education now. Bank account shall forever be stained. Yeah, but the income qualification bracket that you will gain from tertiary studies, you'll make it back. Going back to school to get your medical laboratory scientist degree. Not looking forward to going back to school after only being out of school for 2 years. Ugh. Feels like being banished back to the Shadow Realm. No, I get that. Now my next fear is that this background won't differentiate itself from some of the dark tones, like the shadow bits down here. So I'll need to think of how to do that. Because it's all well and good until I have to actually incorporate contrast. I could just reincorporate some of those burgundies and just say that that's a lot of the influence from the water tones there. That could work. That could work. I mean, it would still be desaturated burgundies, but that could work. Didn't really go to most of high school for most grades 10, 11, and 12 because you were going to school once a week while working. The rest of the days, yeah. You've got a built-up stable of work experience under your belt, though. So sorry for all of you that need to go into debt to get to a higher education. It's pros and cons, right? Cons, you go into debt. Pros, you enter a higher income bracket. So like it is worth it in terms of like monetary gain if you're going into a lucrative field. It sucks if you're going into like a creative field. Oh, can confirm. Kind of necessary if you want to move into research, but yeah. Been working illegally since you were 11. Yeah, true on the bus, right? Get a business job. They expect like 3 years of volunteer work for a graduate position, which is like, ugh. Yeah. Okay, so that tone there should be this. This hue here should be this. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then that bit should be that. Okay. Wee bit of momentum at this point. Then this changes things up a little bit. That should be skewing towards there. This should be this with a bit more purple. Okay. It's starting to make sense. Back here, we should desaturate. Go a little less blue. Keep that. Ugh, okay, maybe not that desaturated. No, not that bright either. Probably shouldn't say that. You don't need to start another cult religion that will ruin you just as bad as the current one already has. Ooh. But cults are fun. You go on like... You go on field trips. You'll get to wear like matching duds. It's fun. Hi, bottle. 14. Hot damn. You'll just support from afar. Just the occasional. You got this. A 14 in check-ins and a 14 for the roll as well? Hot damn. Talk about appropriate. Turn that into, yeah, okay. No, that works. That works. Okay. It works. I have I have discovered color. No, please do not applaud all at once. I know it's incredibly impressive, but like, I'm just a man. Stupid. So freaking stupid. Why did that have me stuck for so freaking long? Magnificent. I know. Chef's kiss. How we doing? Yeah, good bottle. Good. Stuck for a little bit, but we got there. The tires can only spin so far for so long before the engine burns out. Okay. That progresses to there. Cool. And then the background should lean into that burgundy again. We can bring in some of those greens for the... Yes. Okay. Yes. Perfect. It works. New layer here. Call it background. Titan saw. Mentally good. Good to hear. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're doing mentally well. How was D&D? It was good. It was a very combat heavy session. So it was a lot of us like going from room to room, just clearing things out. But good, satisfying. I used a few spells I hadn't used in quite a long time. Got to use them in fun, interesting ways. I've got some plans as to what I want to do for next session as well. So very like technically satisfying. And then speaking of D&D, I'm almost caught up. Almost caught up with Critical Role. I'm 80% the way through the most recent episode, and I can't talk about it. But I can't talk about it. It's so freaking spoiler heavy. But I want to. I want to talk about it so freaking bad. Character is also Titan Saw. Mentally good. Yeah. Yep. Incredibly so. Okay, so if we go into that. Yes. Yeah, that works. Okay, so if I take this and then I go badum and then badum, yeah, okay, that works. You need to catch up so bad. Pixie says, understand. I just, episode 4, it's some of the best D&D stuff I think I've ever watched. Just the way, when Brennan does, when thing happen and then Brennan allows for stuff to happen after the thing, trust me, you're in for a very good time. You're in for a very, very, very good time. You will be hit by so much DMing inspiration. I think I'm physically vibrating with the need to do something. Do something, D&D. I have to write something. I have to need to message it. I know. I am actually planning on messaging Pixie. Because I literally went from listening to it leading up into stream to going live, so it's fresh on the brain. Oh, that pink does wonderful things. Okay. Then what I can do is I can brighten and desaturate as it comes down. And it should work. We have the science. Art is looking wonderful. Yes, thank you. It wasn't for a while. It was it was looking quite confused for a little bit, but getting there. Getting there. The temptation is so freaking strong to have it so that you get to like this log here and then you summon up floating rocks to get to the... Do I do that though? I mean, I could depict the floating rocks. I could. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'm my own boss. I can do what I want. Do what I want. Someone say science. Throws yarn everywhere as you pop up from your rocking chair in the corner. Oh God, here we go again. Time for you to get some sleep. Wanted to pop in and say hello before bed. Thank you for dropping in. Sleep well. Sorry to hear that you're sore. Hopefully rest cures you. Sleep is one of those panaceas, you know? Sleep well, bud. Catch you later. Tomorrow you get to do it all again, but sleep will help. Yeah, sleep will 100% help. Night, bud. The pink just works. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. Still not happy with the rocks, but I think that's a rendering thing more than it is anything else. But we will see. We will see. It may be a color thing still, but I'm liking the interaction of the pink, the blue, the magenta. Burgundy. For those working at the moment, how's the work going? Working on things, I should say. We making progress? I'm making progress. I'm doing chipper. I'm feeling chipper. I'm wondering if that sentiment is shared. Wrapping up here at work. So ready to go home. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Almost done. You got this. That over there should swing around to almost like this kind of color. With some burgundy influence. A bit darker as well. Perfect. I can darken that waterfall as well. Have like a cap off thing there over on the left. Tree needs to change slightly. Tree stump. Need to lean into perspective a little bit more. So if I carve away these sides a little bit, it'll feel more like the tree stump is formed in the way that I think it should be. Perfect. Supposed to work on your portfolio before going to Job Cafe in half an hour. But you woke up so late, you just got done eating breakfast. Oh no. I mean, you can do some work on it, right? Like a little bit. You have an art date tonight with your hubby. He loves watercoloring, so you bought him a new fancy paper. Ooh, cotton-based. You'll probably work on trying to spin some rabbit for one of your fellow yarn artists. Ooh, okay. Spin some rabbit for one of... Oh, very cool. Very, 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 very cool. You can try, but you hope where you landed yesterday was enough. Fair. We're at 3 hours? What have I done with all my time? No, I've made progress. No, we don't. Like Grandmother Mahali always used to say, we don't look at a horse that you've received as a gift in its tonsils because it's considered rude. Don't do that. Yapped probably. How? Yeah, no, that's true. That is 100% correct fact, yeah. I hate being called out. It sucks. God, the truth, it hurts. It's one of those scenes. Why don't fighting games do this anymore? It used to be that in fighting games, when you'd lose, your character would go, Kia, 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 and then like in slow motion, fall to the ground and go, and then it would say, oh, congratulations, this person's won. Why don't fighting games do that anymore? Now it's just boring. Now it's just like, oh, I've been bopped in the schnoz. Down I go. Where's the drama, you know? Stop being so call-outable. How dare you say such true things? I'll complain, and then you'll be sorry. Yeah, no fair. I'll work to address it. This waterfall should technically be, yeah, like up there. Perfect. Cool. Follows that trajectory. Happy with the direction of that. Happy with the direction of that. Da, 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 da. If I can get happier with the direction of this, I will be in a good spot. I may consider increasing my streaming hours. Oh god, why do I do this to myself? I think I should, because I do get a bit done. I could do it. There's time in the day. One hesitation is I wouldn't want to set the expectation for somebody to have to watch for like 5-6 hours, whatever it turns out to be, because it's 4 hours at the moment. That would be too much. That'd be too much. Okay, hits to there, and then down to there. But the benefit of streaming for more would be that, I don't know, the discipline is nice. Kind of keeps me accountable, not just in terms of sitting down and drawing stuff, but in terms of actually making a bit of progress. Like there's a little bit of pressure, which I do like. I could always stream some of my commission work. It's a thing I could do. I don't think I'd stream on more days. I think I like the 5 days on, 2 days off format. Gives me time to like, one, do art hangouts, which I like, but two, also decompress a little bit off stream. But yeah, might increase my hours. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking. Okay, as I think I had the thought before, if I'm gonna do layered erosion like this, I could do sedimentary layers as well, which could do some fun color things. Don't hate the idea of. I think I've got to shift the tree again. Ugh, perspective. It's a tough nut to crack. I think I need to shift the tree down to like here. And then if I'm gonna do that, the base draft, yeah, okay. So I should be able to just paint over this. Perfect. It messes with the rule of thirds business a little bit. But I mean, if I'm really concerned about that, I could just grab the entire painting and shift it up a little bit and then just elaborate on the bottom a bit more. I might actually do that. It's better to make these changes at this point than to not make them and then regret it afterwards. So if I shift it up like this, if I shift it up like this and put it in that top third, that will have the visual focus that I want. Just got a call. And you're going back in for a second interview. Yes. Oh, that's so exciting. This was for the interview the other day. Nice. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I'm incredibly happy for you. When's the next interview? If you don't mind me asking. Today. Not a paid position, but you're excited nonetheless. You should be. That's really cool. Tonight. It is actually tonight. Oh no. No, I was kidding. Okay. No, you got this. Don't panic. I'm not panicking. I've never panicked in my life. I actually don't know what panicking means. You know? I've heard that babies panic, and I'm not a baby, so... Instead of just having a straight handrail here, what I could do is I could do a gnarled branch. That would be cool. That'd be really, really, really cool. Let's try and do that a little bit. He apologetically asked if it could be on a very short notice. It's fine with you. Yeah, okay. No, fair. I panic anytime anything. I mean, I don't panic because babies panic and I'm not a baby. I don't panic when random events like that pop up because my brain goes into like, you haven't prepared mode. It's dumb every time. If I know the stuff, I should just know the stuff, you know? Like, I wouldn't do anything with the extra time anyway, you know? If it's tomorrow instead of today, what benefit do I gain? And it's just the appeasing of my brain. Literally the only thing. I've got a random question, by the way, completely random, out of nowhere. Does anyone have any strategies for not getting absolutely destroyed by onions whenever you cook? Because I've heard them all. I've heard all of them. I've heard wash the onion first. Okay, tried that. I've heard... Yeah, well, I've got glasses on, right? So, right? Swimming goggles specifically, I haven't tried. I don't know, I could pick up swimming goggles for like $10, right? I could do something like that. I look stupid, but I mean, I'd prefer to look stupid than sit there pulling my eyes out because my eyes are literally actually on fire. I've tried I've tried the whole like don't breathe through your nose thing, because apparently it's the like chemical released from the actual cutting of the onion that like goes into your sinuses and makes you start bawling. You like cat cook? The glasses got to completely cover my eyes. I don't know. I've got some pretty nerdy glasses. It works. Trust you. Okay. I'll give it a go. Next time. Next time I'm out and about, I'll go hunting for swimming goggles. My coolness cred is going to go through the broken roof. I'm going to be so broken. I'm going to be so cool. I'm going to be so broken cool. Oh, God, could you imagine this camera with the swimming goggles? Oh, wow, it'd be so good. Yeah. Ready for a dip? You demand pics? Yeah. No, as soon as I said it, I knew that was going to happen. I will. I'll follow through. I swears, if I pick up swimming goggles, I will absolutely bring them to stream so I can do that on camera. That's just too much fun not to. Okay. That's doing good things. Me likey tavern up top righty. Hate it. I like the tavern up the top right. There's a thing in any sort of visual anything called the rule of thirds. It's based on the golden ratio. I'm sure you've seen it before. It's the thing where the canvas is divided up like this and this and this and this and this. It's essentially just like halving the canvas size, and then you see like the big spiral that does this. You've seen the image, I swear, I promise you've seen the golden ratio before. The golden ratio helps you to like place things in aesthetic spots, kind of. It's not entirely it, but don't worry about it. That's basically the gist of it. But what the rule of thirds does is it essentially goes, yeah, like golden ratio, but like you can do it wherever on the canvas. It divides the canvas up into ninths. Let's go to a good layer, shall we? Divides the canvas up into ninths. And it says, if you did 4 different golden ratios in different like positions, you would end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 focal points, depending on the orientation of the golden ratio. So it's a choose your own adventure. So you can chuck up the ninths grid and you can choose. You can be like, I'm gonna... Come on. I need to get a little bit more accurate. Ninths. Here we go. I'm going to choose this top right corner. I'm going to say here, that's my focal point. That's my golden ratio orientation that I've chosen. The upside down one where the spiral does this. And that's my focal point. And it does a wonderful thing for your ability to like see what's going on the canvas. It's a good thing to put your focal point at that spot. It allows the eye to travel to it. It feels really balanced. It's a bit more dynamic than just having something front and center. You totally can have something front and center, but it's more aesthetically pleasing to have it in one of the little focal points. You're worrying about it? Giving you anxiety with my golden ratio? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me show it so that I can prove that I'm not just saying words. Golden ratio swirl. Is this one? Let me find an example that's not see-through. We zoom in, enhance. Is this swirl? It helps to give you an understanding of like ratios, basically. Square. The funny looking seashell. Yeah. Yep. You know it. You've seen it. You love it. One of the greats. Now that I've got this angle on the tree, there should be more shade underneath because we're seeing it from lower, which will, yeah. I think this tree should be lower as well. Better to do these alterations now. I need to not get in my own head about like, oh, you know, I keep like going back to the same things. True, but I'm saving myself so much heartache by correcting it now rather than sitting on it. Because if I sit on it, these will bloom into way worse problems later down the line. So it's better to jump on it early. Then I have to sort out. Yeah, okay, all right. That's the thing that I have to do. Dark pillar through there. I was describing this yesterday. Everybody who does art, literally everybody who does art, knows that there's an ugly phase. There's always an ugly phase. There's always a phase to the painting or the drawing or the crochet work or the music writing. Literally, no matter what it is, there's always an ugly phase of... It doesn't look very good now at the moment, does it? And all these same individuals also know that the ugly phase passes most of the time. Occasionally there are pieces where you really shouldn't push it past the ugly phase because, like, the amount of effort and time that you have to put into making it work, you just kind of overwork it. It just doesn't look right. It's just not worth your time to develop the idea. But most of the time, anything going through an ugly phase, it's only temporary. Everybody knows this. I still am a nervous wreck whenever I go through the ugly phase. So I'm going like, it looks awful. It'll never look good. It'll always look awful. There's no way. There's no way to salvage it. It's over. I should have a little those little inspirational posters. You know, the live, laugh, love. All you need is a spot. Like, you know, like all the like over positive stuff. I need a poster just behind my desk that says, "The ugly phase will pass." Just some person just thumbsing up. That's all I need. I need that positive reinforcement. It's such an easy snapback to we all know the ugly phase, but it felt mean to say. Wow. It's true though. Literally. I'm not just saying words. I mean, I'm sure there are some artists who are like, oh, well, whenever I poop out my golden egg, it just looks glorious immediately. Sure, and you've probably put in a ton of work to get there, but you know that leading up to that degree of skill, that you go through an ugly phase. You try when you do art? Precious. I just breathe and it's art. I don't know this non-existent person that I'm making fun of. They know who they are. They know what they did. They know what they have done. Why am I just a hot take machine? God, you know what? Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's just my opinion. It's fine. Who cares? The singer for the voice actress / singer for K-pop Demon Hunters, the main character, her name is EJ, the actress, the vocal talent. Really, really, really love her songwriting based on what I've seen. I think her vocal range is insane. Really nice voice. Really, really, really cool. She's recently come out with her debut single. I think it's technically her debut single. And it's so freaking auto-tuned. It's auto-tuned like all the way up, like 99% auto-tune. I'm so sad. I'm so freaking sad. Her voice is so nice without it. Why? So I'm hoping they release like another version that isn't as tuned. Sadness. Absolute sadness. Instructions unclear. Breathing paint. Oh no. Hi, Digi. Don't breathe paint. How you doing, bud? "17 times. Hot damn." Gotta leave. Catch up, bud. Good luck. You got this. Have absolutely no recollection of the conversation I had the other night. But other than that, not bad. Oh no. It was a good conversation. I had fun. Oh, thank God. No, you're all good. You didn't say anything weird. It was a lot of chat about just like skill development and stuff. That was good. Needless to say, you won't be doing that again? Talking? I hope that's not what you mean. I enjoy chatting. You were absolutely blackout drunk the whole time. Oh no. Yeah, okay. So more the drunk bit. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, no, don't do that. Be cognizant of what you're saying. Before you go, leave with a sign that you saw recently that you loved. The bad speller of the world. The bad spellers of the world untie. Incredible. That was really cute. No, it is. It is. I should have that. I should have that on a poster behind my desk. That way, every time I freak out about the ugly phase of a painting, I can have a giggle about the wordplay. Catch it, bud. Have the shadowy recollection of seeing the VC and poking it, and then something about Arcane and Elder Scrolls. Yeah, we were talking about the commission that I was working on. The fact that the Eldrin character looked very similar to some of the old blood elf, blood thing, race, like canonically and stuff. No, I had fun. I did not get the impression that you said anything like weird or embarrassing. But I also do recommend not jumping into VC if you're as the kids say, absolutely hammered. Just in case you do say something that you didn't want to disclose. Also remember feeling your tongue was a cinder block. Normally doesn't happen to you. It took you like 24 hours to recover. This is why you don't drink. Oh no. I don't drink because I just don't like the feeling of not being me, you know? But I suppose like cinder block tongue as well is is another thing that I'd like to avoid, I think. Welcome back. Welcome back from being condemned to David Beckham. The beckoning, if you would. I hate that. No, I'll never say that ever again. How are we doing today? Yeah, good. Good. And you, Logic, how are you doing? I've gotten through the ugly... I've gotten through the... the ugly part of the planning phase for this piece. It's still ugly, but I at least know where I'm going with it. So I'm over the moon. Living my best life. Flourishing. Alexa, play We Are the Champions by Queen. My ugly plans are bearing ugly fruit. Yep. No, we've gone through and cleaned up the plans, so the fruit should be ugly duckling swan something. There's a continuation of the metaphor, but Mahali's not clever enough for that. I think the phrase is upright and not crying. Ah, nice! Yeah, correct. My piece is currently upright and not crying. But you mean for yourself. Well, I'm glad that you are upright and not crying. Is there anything I can do to help? Grab some of that pink in the background. Are they new? They are. They are new. They were recently refurbished, for lack of a better word. Trying to emulate what I've got going on with the streaky business over on the left, over on the right. And we're getting there. So sorry if I've got an incredibly serious expression on my face as I'm making little lines that aren't changing much over on the right, but I'm figuring something out. Fortunately, there really isn't anything to be done, but you appreciate me. I appreciate you. Have you got any crochet projects in the works at the moment, Logic? I'm still in the midst of my first follow along. I've fallen off the momentum bandwagon because a bunch of new work has come in. But I'm eager to get it done because the intention is to make a little dice baggie. And I'm like, I want to say 50% the way there. No, closer than that. I've gotten all of the difficult stuff has been done. I've done a circular, but I can show you. I can show you. It's right here. I have, if I can do this without losing the, yep, I've got a circular base for it, if you can see that. And then I've built up a bit of a wall going around the circumference. So this will be the inside of the baggie. And then presumably, if I follow the instructions correctly, we'll build up more wall, and then in theory, with the pull string, it should be able to close. So it's coming along. I'm certainly learning. I was going to say to crochet, I'm certainly learning things. I don't think that I'll be able to say with confidence that I know how to crochet after that. But I'll have at least picked up on some skills. Some skills will have been learned, with the promise of more skills to come. It's been fun. It's been fun. So now I know how to do square. I now know how to do circle. I now know how to make square. I now know how to make circle. I now know how to make volume, I suppose is the best way of describing it. So slowly but surely, we've only got some skill sets. We're, something's happening. crunchy neck. Noctua has had infinite patience with me, and I am nothing but grateful. Nothing but grateful. Where's up there? Right, okay, because I shifted the canvas up. That would be why. My eventual goal will be to one day decide to crochet a thing and then be able to crochet that thing without having to follow a recipe. That would be sick. That would be amazing. We're very far from that day, but I can see it on the horizon. In theory, if I know well enough how to do circle, if I know well enough how to make square, if I know well enough how to like pad I guess you add stuffing or something to give it volume. If I know all of these core fundamentals, I should be able to apply them in a way that I want, in theory. Me and my theories, I know it, like, that's why I try and make the theories as practical as possible, so that way I'm actually putting them into practice. That way they don't just remain as theories in my brain. But yes, a lot of thinking happens. More thinking than doing happens, and I need to consciously go out of my way to bring things into real life. Say the Earth is round. It's more of an oblate spheroid, actually. That used to be in One Piece. True. Oh god, but you'd have to be like ancient. You have to be ancient to have a theory like that. Everybody knows that ain't the case. I can hear the goblin in the other room. Making turkey noises. When it's green. Hi. Welcome in. Hi. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, welcome. You're streaming Planet of Lana. I've never heard of this before. What were you up to? Brink has always been broken up. Brink is 12,000 years old. I've heard varying descriptions of how old or young Brink is. Hi. Welcome in. I'm Mahali. Nice to meet you. I do art stuff. Like these things. Like that and this and that. You're leaving your little dust sprites in my care? Thank you very much. If you've got anything that you'd like to share before you do head off, please do. The power is in your hands. For people meeting me for the first time, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator. I do portraits and landscapes and that kind of thing. All the fantasy stuff. And today, in particular, working on an updated landscape. Welcome back, Pretender. Thank you, Billy. I had a variation of this image. If you have to bolt green, if you need to look after yourself post stream, food, drink, decompress, whatever you got to do, please, by all means, you don't have to stick around. If you do want to stick around though, happy to have you. Easy either way. But yeah, I had a variation of this piece, kind of. If I can find it. Super smooth, super smooth. Socials. Here, this one. This is what I use for my starting soon screen, which I made a couple of years ago. And it's a little bit out of date, both in terms of information as to what's going on visually, as well as my skill. My skill's kind of in a different spot now. So I'm going about redoing it in a fun way. The power is in your hands. Yeah, I'd like to say that you were doing a fundraising stream for Gamers Outreach. That's so cool. Really, really, really cool. Looking great so far. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stop. No, that's awesome. That's really good. How'd you go? You've raised 225. That's so cool. That's amazing. Congratulations. Goal is just 500. You're not very big. Fair. No, you've made stupendous progress so far. 225. You're almost halfway there. Hell yeah. No, it's awesome. Always recommend doing things for a good cause. Do you do art stuff usually? You don't have to. I'm wondering. Just wondering. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. But yeah, I'm just wondering. Do you do art stuff as well? Do you have any work that you'd like to share? It is not a requirement. It is absolutely not a requirement. But if you do have something that you'd like to share, I would love to see. As my good friend Eminem once said, you've got one shot, one opportunity. Do not miss your chance. Something about mother's spaghetti. You do? You do art a lot? Yes. Yes. This is your Instagram? Oh, thank you. Ooh. Okay. Now we're talking. Squid, if you can hear me, you would love this style. Love this style. This is so good. Super clean. Oh, reminds me of Nocture's work, actually. Really good. I'm eternally jealous of how clean your line work is. Ooh. A little magical chameleon. I like that a lot. Lovely little breakdown of the colours being used. Very nice. Very nice. I'm going to quickly drop you a follow. I would love to see more. This is really cool. Really cool. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. If you like this stuff, by the way, everyone, please consider dropping Green a follow on Insta and on Twitch. You haven't been posting a lot? Yeah, me too. Me too. Terrible. I don't know, it just feels so... It feels like an extra thing to do. Almost chore-like. But I don't know, I need to find a way to have fun with it. Your line work is extra chonky. It gives it... how to say it? Gives it character. It gives it a bit of... Je ne sais pas. Je ne sais quoi? Something. It gives it a quality. It's really nice. It does feel like a chore indeed. Yeah. I need to figure out... I need to crack the code in my head as to what makes me want to do it. To turn it into a bit of a habit. But yeah, I'm really, really glad to hear that your stream went well. Now it's time for me to figure out how the frick light works. It's not true. Light isn't what I'm struggling with. It's color, which is odd for me because I consider color theory to be quite strong in my repertoire, but for some reason it's letting me down at the moment. I think it's because I haven't come into it with a bit of a plan. That's probably why. Hoping mine goes well as well. Ah, thank you. Thank you. No, it's been good. It's been very good so far. Got to chat with lots of people. Whoop. Itchy nose. Forgot what it's called, but the ambient fog from long distance. I reckon maybe a blue overlay at the distant background. Well, that's what I've done for the elements in the local background. But the problem is if I add blue to the background as well, it all becomes a blend. I need to create a contrast between the background, the middle ground, and the foreground. So what I've done is I've broken it up into I've broken it up into like a burgundy magenta in the foreground, then into blues in the middle ground, and then into a pink in the background. I think it works, but with how messy my process is, it's not going to look nice until I actually start rendering, which is always my problem, because I have fun with rendering. I have no fun with everything else. So I'm tentatively locking it in as my solution. We'll see how it goes. You butchered your explanation. No, you're all good. I think it's called ocular occlusion, or like atmospheric distortion atmospheric distortion is the one that I'm thinking of, where you seeing more and more atmosphere between yourself and the thing that's in the distance. 100%, 1,000%. You are correct in most circumstances. I think in this particular case, though, it just looks ugly because I haven't done a good job of illustrating it yet. We'll get there. Thank you for the suggestion, though. What I need to do is add shading to elements in the background just to give them a little bit more form, because currently they're just kind of weird silhouettes floating in the middle of nowhere. Some elements in the foreground are rendered. elements in the background are not, and it makes them look floaty. Like if I can add this kind of rendering to back there, it'll solidify it a little bit. Also doesn't help that the tavern and the trees and stuff are grey as well, so it's all just blending in. Problems. You're back. Hi, Tribbit. Welcome back. How goes your adventure? Are you having fun? Enjoying the refraction of the water on the environment. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun when I can crank it up a little bit. I haven't started adding it to the rocks and stuff here, but it'll add to that sense of, as you say, just you're in an aquarium and blue light's just hitting everything. Wait, really? We're at 4 hours or frick? We're at 4 hours already? Frickin' when? Okay, should start wrapping up pretty soon. Helping your mum with stuff around the house? Fair. Good form, good form. What did I have underneath? Yeah, okay, so it fades a little bit higher up. I should do that. Must depart. Have a good rest of stream. Thanks, Green. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for the raid. And have a good rest of your day or night, depending where you are. Nope, I'm going to snooze those. No ads. No ads for the rest of the stream. What is the difference between ocular occlusion and ocular occlusion? Blockage of blood vessels in the eye, most common from... No, it's not that. Atmospheric distortion. Bending of light as it passes through the Earth's atmosphere, causing celestial objects to appear blurry, wavy, or distorted, and even create effects like the twinkling of stars. Yeah, I mean, kind of. What's the term? What is the term for things being more blue the further away they are? Please. Aerial perspective or atmospheric perspective. Thank you, Wiki. Atmospheric perspective. Yeah, okay. I can start using the right term moving forward. Fingers crossed. I have to rewire that in my brain because it's just going to be stuck. It's just going to be stuck for friggin' ages. Here, atmospheric perspective, and you and you appear. Welcome. I was familiarizing myself with the term for what the effect is. Yeah, okay. All right, I see. Ads in 3 minutes. Thank you, Tavern. But what if not ads? What if ads no instead? What if that is the reality that we lived in, perchance? Infinite snoozes for everyone. Hooray! We live in an ad world. Ad world. All around me are adverted faces. Think you're gonna start sketching your new character, so you'll be lurking? Good luck. Good luck. Let me know if you have any questions, but otherwise, you got this. This stream is an ad. You're an ad. I mean, I suppose in a very roundabout way, this stream is an ad, I guess, for like Mahali, I guess. If you like Mahali services, contact this number flashing on the screen right now. Call and you get 1 painting for free. That's not how deals work. Yeah, okay, I'll have a free painting, please. Sell your services, so I think technically, unfortunately, this is an ad. It is, yeah, it is. Yeah, correct. Nope, snooze. There's ads in my ads. Get them out of there. Did I set it to 0? Yeah, I did. I did set it to 0. Nice. Thank you, past me. I greatly appreciate that, past me. Really coming in clutch. A bit of atmospheric haze, bespoke. I think you'll find that it is referred to as atmospheric perspective. Yeah, okay, I am seeing what is up. I should start wrapping up. I've hit the 4-hour mark 6 minutes ago, and I'm very quickly running out of snoozes. Yeah, okay. Really coming along this piece. Must feel really pleased, but to keep you all appeased, feel there should be more trees. Yes, the rhyme scheme. Leading into the trees drop? Biz. How did you know trees were my favourite? How did you know? How you going, bud? Time for rest and relaxation. Yeah. You know it. Ooh, class change. What am I? I'm a glue stick cleric. Hell yeah. Let's check out the quest. Okay. Excellent timing. You walk over to the quest tab and you pull it down. Was going to add a Hot Wheels loop, so we'll keep you appeased. Yep. God, it looks so good. A hooded figure is wanting socks. Only use incorrect colours. Grass is red, sky is green, etc. Okay. Sure. Digi, do you want to paint some socks? Is that something you would like to draw? If you would. It's just socks? Yeah, seemingly so. I mean, socks that a hooded figure would like, yeah. Whatever that means. Socks is all colours. Paint them invert colours. Well, that, yeah, seemingly so. Let me know, Digi. Does that sound appealing? If it doesn't, no stress. Let me know. Hooded socks? Yeah, I'm assuming that the hooded figure wants a particular kind of socks. You'll pass. You just wanted to see what it was? Yeah, fair. Fair enough. It goes back onto the dagger. Can just imagine hoods that go over the top. Just little hoods for each toesy. Yeah. Oh, okay. Final snooze. We have 5 minutes. Frick. Oh. Somebody recommended to me actually to get a little desk stand thing to bump up my monitors so that my neck wasn't as crunchy. I should do something like that. The boulder's back in town. Hell yeah. Hi, Tika. How you going? It's been so long. I hope you're doing well. Yippee confetti. But of course, we must celebrate. There is celebrating to do. How are you? Visited the south of Finland. 8-hour train ride in one direction. Ooh, hot damn. I mean, I do like a good train. Was it comfy? Tell me it was at least a comfy train ride, because 8 hours of uncomfy train is, ooh, that's tough. Why must you pluck the ground, Goblin? It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't comfy either. Oh, yeah, okay. There's something. A little bit of something. Well, I'm glad that it wasn't uncomfortable. You had a good time? Good thing you can just think about Blorbos and breeze the time away. Yep. Well, I'm actually in the market for a travel tablet at the moment because I want a mobile setup because all of this is very much so grounded to my computer at home. I want to be able to draw on the go, and the thought of being on an 8-hour train ride and drawing, I could do that. I could do that. Would love to live in Vinland. Sounds nice. Visited your dad and then your friend. Saw a Moomin shop too. Nice. Break. We've got 3 minutes. We've got 3 minutes. I have to wrap up in 3 minutes. Less than, so that ads don't hit. Only natural disaster you have is the locals. Oh no. Most efficient minutes, 13. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Lucky number indeed. The luckiest number, yeah. You're European, so it's not that far, but money is the main issue. Fair. It is cheaper in Europe to go to other places in Europe. Like, for example, it costs limbs for... They actually cut off your arms and your legs whenever you go from Australia to Europe. It's nice to be in Europe. You can travel quite a bit. Most Finns speak fluent English too, so it's easy to immigrate in that sense. Okay, we're down to 1.5 minutes. I have to wrap up. I'm so sorry. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you had fun. Quick little spiels. Couple of days left for Pittober if you want to get your image in for the end of the month. 2, there's a Hearthside this Saturday, so if you want to know any of the details for the Hearthside, look in the Discord in the announcements section. It should have a full breakdown as to what the Hearthside is and when it is, down to your local time and everything. Have an excellent rest of your day or night. Oh God, 30 seconds. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves, and I'll catch you later. Bye everybody, bye.